Pop out chat. YouTube chat. There we go. Streams and content. There we go. Okay. Yeah, game has to go through, do optimize. Stream starting, so just want to get it going. Make sure everything sounds right. I am standing for stream today because I need to. It's been a long day of sitting and doing stuff. Been writing scripts, doing stuff like that. Spend some time with my family. It was her last day of work, so she turned her key in, and she's completely off for the summer now. Minus having to like do periodic summer school classes, but that's about it. Okay. Make sure Twitch is running. Twitch is running. Okay, we're good. But yeah, we have that going, and we are gonna take a hot minute for it to go through and optimize. I'm thinking of adding one rule today, or whenever someone follows. It will be funny. Unfollow / subscribe equals let's squat. Yes, you're gonna kill me if I do this, but I don't care. All fun. Yes, I'm calling it fun. And 48. Outline. Go to 10. Go to black. Yes, I'm going to kill myself doing this, but I don't care. It'd be funny. Going to do changes. Size 26 font. Lower right bit. Transformation. Transformation no jutsu. Until affiliate. Make sure I have that spelled right. Yeah, you make that spelled too. Right, just right. Move that all the way over. One. Squad ID is up, so if people want to join the squad room, they can. Today we are rushing. We are not rushing. We are getting the Lance only run done. And then I was able to pick up a few things. I actually was, thankfully. What was that sound? I don't know. Yeah, I'm on the correct one, so don't worry. Always do. That's weird. But no, I am at the point where I was able to get Expedition 33. The money came in, and I was able to get Expedition 33 and the Monster Hunter Stories games because they were on sale. Those being on sale made it to where I now have those for footage. And Expedition 33, there's a video connected to that, actually, and realistically, it's not the video I thought I'd make, but it kind of works perfectly for it because the reason the people behind Expedition 33 left Ubisoft is because of being creatively limited. Whereas when they left, they were able to go full force into their own creative vision and create a unique experience that you can't rush through, nor can you just speed run through and think that you'll be able to experience everything that it has to offer. And because of that, it actually has let me go through and make a unique video that realistically I really like. It's a lot more philosophical in nature, but it covers a topic I enjoy. And that is not rushing through life. That is experiencing everything you can out of what you do. This is just taking forever. Yeah, it's gonna take a hot minute. Oh, okay then. I don't like the fact that this takes forever. I really don't. It's annoying. Yeah, the optimization process, I get why they have to do it every time you restart your computer or after X amount of time with the game not running, but did they have to make it so slow? And I know why it's so slow. It's called the game is horribly optimized, but it's also that moment of they could do so much better, but they aren't. They're not going to fix that. So sadly, I have to sit here after every so often and just the game re-optimize itself. Yeah, Capcom, do better, please. Just do better. It's not hard to optimize things when you actually take your time and make things work. Like, straight up, again, I point to like the I want to point to Okami and Shadow of the Colossus on the PlayStation 2. Those games shouldn't run on the PlayStation 2. But they do, and they run really well on the PlayStation 2. Why do they do it? Answer, they went through and did everything by hand. They optimized it by hand for everything. The light, baked, programmed to the point where everything is done specifically for that moment. The hair textures, done specifically so it doesn't kill the frame rate. Models, textures, models, textures, hitboxes, everything. Everything was done specifically to tune it so it will run perfectly fine. Yet here we are in modern year with a game that, it just takes forever to just do this. Okay, we're good. Squad. Do, 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 do. Conditional search. Gotta go to private lobby first, and then I can go into the squad lobby room because it's dumb. Yes, today we're finishing up Lance Run. I don't know how long the stream's gonna be. Okay, go talk to Alma. Set that up. Online lobby search, squad lobby. Different room. Let me, No. I'm so used to the controls of the old games now. No, I've cursed myself. I have cursed myself with control input change. No. Okay. So that is pointless to have on stream right now. All these up. Everything. Buy the commission ticket. That's rare. That's actually good to find. Yeah, let's raise HR. What event quests I can't do any of them. I need to go to HR 21 before I can do Anguish and Atrocity. Let's do dispatch. Dispatch. Let's get this going. Yeah, today I don't know how long it's gonna be. It could be 5. It could be 5 hours. It could be 7. I don't know. But tomorrow I am not streaming because that is the Sabbath. And then I know Sunday I might go live, but I know Monday most definitely I will be. And I'm probably gonna either do stories or Expedition 33. I was able to pick those up. Okay. I'd like to do Expedition 33, but I also like to play stories. It's probably gonna be a rotation of the two. One day, and then the other is gonna be the other that I didn't play. Where's it going? It ran off. How dare you? What's up?
What is like my old laptop?
You can't use that for a full-size computer.
The computer is sitting on the dresser. Needs it for his board and mouse.
I don't know where it is. Okay. Okay, love you. Someone's trying to... Someone's seeing if we have excess furniture, which we normally do, because we've had to replace a bunch of stuff in the past when moving. And just try to see if we have something that he can use for his mouse and keyboard. Just like, okay, just do something that's not... This person's weird. He's trying to act... This friend of ours is very strange, I'm gonna be honest. I'm so used to other controls now. It is weird and funny. I don't know which my HR is at. At 14. I needed to get to 21 as soon as I possibly can. Doo-doo. Honestly, I kind of like the Wrath armor. I'm gonna stick with. I'm probably gonna go with Wrath Loss armor and Wrath Loss set for this run. I know it's like, oh, just use multiple sets. It's like, not that fun. Ow! I just popped my big toe, and it's just like, ow, that hurt. I forgot, what items am I even using? Okay, I got 4 well done steak, I got 5 mega potions, got 10 potions, and life powder. I forgot, I basically just carried my way through low rank with just blocking and poking. Barely upgrading my gear or doing any farming. There it is. Should have blocked, because I can block roars. It's poisoned! Someone's using the Zoshia greatsword. I think one of the better looking greatswords, to be honest. Block. Poke in the face. Should have healed. Should have healed that. Plus, I don't have guard up, so it's that moment of like, oh, I think I thought I saw guard up. No, I don't. Different character. Top, look down. I'm getting knocked over because longsword users are being longsword users. Okay. Leave the wound on the leg. Do not break it. That's why. Wounds on bipedal creatures that don't have one or four, that don't have 2 or more legs is an automatic knockdown. And I know that's like really cheap, and I honestly think it should be changed too. Because yeah, that's just it's nice to know that okay, by design it makes sense, like thematically. But at least from like a gameplay standpoint, it can get really irritating because you can just chain them together. I miss my speed eating. Wounds really are a strange thing. I'm gonna be honest. Like, on some points, they're really good. On others, kinda meh. And completely unbalanced. Like, example, like the damage you can get from just a normal wound area. Okay, it's interesting. It's the same thing as like I'd put it in the area of like Clutch Claw type of thing, where you can get excess damage from tenderizing with Clutch Claw wasn't necessarily needed, unless you were doing like example Fatalis. Whereas with example the wounds on the legs, if the creature only has 2 legs, such as the Wrath, it's an automatic knockdown. So it's kind of a hit or miss. Is the easiest way to put it. Okay, I'm at 15. 15 is the next checkpoint. 15 is the next checkpoint. Okay, cool. Take the additional reward. Hello, Fabius Bile. I can never not refer to him as Fabius Bile. It is an automatic name. This is Frenzy Lala Barena or Frenzy Narsola. This is one of the few times you will see me I'm going to speedrun. I'm going to just speed through this game if I can. Because this run, I had this thing sitting on the back burner for so long. Fabius, let me talk to you. I look like the most dark elf character ever that just has pale skin. Looks like a defensive structure. Totally won't be used as a defensive structure in DLC, most likely. I have a feeling it'll be used as that.
いました。ネルスキラです。でも待ってください。何か様子が。正気のようなものをまとっている。この動きは。
It's covered in the flesh of the other. It's covered in the flesh of Gypsaros, I believe. What do you mean? That nothing's weird about it. That's what it's always been covered in.
了解。
Yes, Divine Blessing, and you will always see me running Divine Blessing at this point, because ever since World, Divine Blessing has been really broken. That's why if they add the gold and silver wrath armors, I'm really hoping they don't make them the sets that have focus on divine protection again, because that was objectively some of the most powerful armor in the game. Ah, dang it, I missed. I'm gonna throw a life powder out. Thank you, Kate. Hey, Dayton. Guess I'm playing pokey games tonight. How you doing, Dayton? Probably well? Kick that out. Pop the leg. I was gonna pop the leg, but I guess that failed. Okay, what? There we go. The mistake you made was playing Sekiro first. Because Sekiro is when FromSoft decided, you know what? We're gonna go from hard for hard's sake to suffering. For suffering's sake. Okay, it was on discount. Be fair, I picked up I was able to get Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2 for a discount with a 36% discount because I got the bundle and the fact I already had every game but them in the bundle.
ファビウスおそらく
今回恐竜
モック無論
どうぞあなただ
肝にもう一今
So
回
those 19% off that the games originally had turned into much more than 19% off. Pays to look at the paired bundles of games if you're looking for the games in it and you already have the majority of them in the bundle itself. I'm going to immediately go to high rank, put Chemitrice on the list. Let's do this. It's a good. You beat the snake. Have fun beating the dragon. Yeah, Sekiro's a fun game, but man, it's. I touch upon that in I touch upon at least a little bit on FromSoft in the next coming video that I'm making. It's not a directly FromSoft dedicated video, but it's at least it talks about why I have the opinion of them I do. Hey, good job. Oh, the dual blades are being dual blades. Let me attack. His name is Applesauce. I love that. Also, if the game is too loud, please tell me to the microphone and I will adjust it. Okay. I can do that after the fight. Settings, properties, advanced audio, game audio, push it down to -15. And roll that back up to -2. Just so I'm not audio clipping. Okay, hopefully that's better. Hopefully I did it. I just got punched in the face. Okay. Longsword, stop it! Stop throwing everyone around just because you want to do your fancy spin attacks. Its job is the job of a longsword is to cut the tail and then attack the body. Leave the head and everything else to that which is not the longsword. Things that can stagger your teammates. Just focus on the thing that isn't going to focus on the thing that is cuttable. It's like the hammer. Leave the head to the hammer. Yes, that is exactly what he should. That is exactly what he should do. And with like the lance, the hammer, the gun lance, hunting horn, things that aren't the heavier designed weapons that can fling your teammates around. Focus on the head. Things that can fling your teammates around. Don't get in your teammates' way. I'm happy that Charge Blade doesn't literally throw you now, but it's still... Just don't get in your teammates' way. I understand people were annoyed, Charge Blade players were annoyed by the fact that your Charge Blade can't throw your teammates. Happy it can't. I gotta slide on shockproof. I'm gonna be doing these. I'm gonna bring my chair around 1 second. Okay. I'd like to stand for the entire stream, but I also know my back is not my friend. I'm gonna sit for a bit and then I'll go back to standing. I have Gobbler. I'll be using that. Upgrade armor? That's Chemitrace. In all reality, I might be using Chemitrace for a bit. Because it's an easy to obtain armor piece that I can just get. I would like to use Wrathloss, but as you can tell, Wrathloss takes a bit of pieces to obtain. Hold up. The Chemistry's mission gives armor. Does. So I guess I have to do that on my main character. I gotta do that before I go to bed tonight. So I can at least get the tickets for it. Throw it out. Let's go. How about no? You are not going to cook me alive. Because the thing that's being turned into Kentucky Fried Chemitrace is you. Kentucky Fried Cat sounds awful. Okay. Pop it, get it on the ground. Should have blocked. Okay. On the ground. Well, someone got it. I love how we got 2 lances here and an insect glaive. Yeah, that's 1 Chemitrace down. Pop it in the neck. I'm having a hard time telling where I am and what I'm doing at this point. I am not saying that Switch X user's name. I refuse to. Because I know that acronym. I know why that acronym exists. And I don't like that acronym. Okay. That should throw me into at least like 17 or 18. Because once I hit HR 21, it's on to running the Shugama mission. And from there, it's all the way onward to 50 with Noshia. If you want to join Dane, go for it. Reason I don't have the squad ID up is because this is a different character and not the main character. So if anyone would like to join, that is the lobby ID. I'm specifically getting the mic set up to where I want it right now because the mic and the audio have been way too loud. Like, they have been atrociously loud. Okay, there we go. And that should be where I want it to be. The microphone, I don't mind being in the yellow. The game audio, on the other hand, is a little different. Because now I can turn master volume from 70 back to 100. And that should balance out now. Do I have access to the Grand Hub? Yes, I do. I'm at the point where I do. Do 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 do. Okay, we are better off now. Just realized my cat is like still wearing the normal armor it had from the start of the game.
見ててよ。
No, no, it's not a lair.
はい。
It's, my cat has never changed armor. Or weapon, Dayton. I've never once upgraded my cat.
見ててよ。
And in the case of my hunter, yeah, it's a lair all the time. Great. Yes, this is the guild knight who goes around hunting poachers. I love the fact that the guild legitimately has a branch of hunters, not designed for hunting monsters, but for hunting people. Okay. Move all decorations. Counter. I'll throw on maximum might. Okay. Actually, maximum might is completely useless. I need shockproof. I want gobbler. I want protection. And then that is... I don't have earplug. That's sad. In that case, I'm just gonna throw on another physique. And... you know, they should bring, they should, no, they should bring both of them. So you have options. I wouldn't say get rid of maximum might. I'd say bring both of them so you have the option. Do you want to drain your stamina or do you want to keep your stamina? And I'd say match them equally to what they are. Where it's effectively, you get to pick and how it benefits. Because say you're running dual blades, maximum might on dual blades is pointless. But that ability on dual blades would be amazing. So it's kind of like a give or take situation. You have the same coin, just different sides. At least from my perspective. Dun, dun, dun. Hmm. I love this song. Also, how you doing, operator? We must sit and listen to this song. Why? Because this song is amazing. Yes, this is the song automatically. If I have the time, I'm going to. Every time if I can. It's the same thing whenever I play Nier, to where when you're by Devola and Popula, and they start singing, I just have to listen. Because it's also one of those just songs that I love. Song of the Ancients is just something I enjoy, and this song is very reminiscent in my mind of Song of the Ancients. Which is kind of strange, because this song is in the Monster Hunter language, if I remember correctly. It's not in Japanese, like the language that it would be in. So they gave the option for no in-universe language, but this is the only moment you hear it. I specify Japanese because that's the spoken language my game is in. Of course, the subtitle is in English. I don't know. I'd have to do more digging if there's like anything symbolic about it, because I don't know if there's an actual translation to a spoken real life language from the Monster Hunter language. I don't know if it's Albed in the case where it's like Albed is just English backwards. Because that's the thing about like Albed from Final Fantasy X. It's just English backwards. Where like A is Z type of thing. I don't know if the Monster Hunter universe language has a direct translation. But if it does, oh boy, I'm translating that. I'm translating every line of that song. What a view! Cat, get down there. We have to kill things. I pay you to kill things, not to look at things. That is your job. You are paid to look at things to kill, not look at things not to kill. Okay. Yep, nope, that thing's... I need to adjust the audio again. I'll do it in game. There we go. Better. Much better. Oh, they're fighting each other. Okay. Ow, that hurt. You're not gonna do that to me, Chemitress. I refuse to. I refuse to let you win. I refuse to let you win. Okay, adrenaline activated. Pump it in the face, punch it. I'm gonna knock this one down. Oh no, I'm in danger. I'm in Chemitress danger. It's worse than stranger danger. There we go. Is dead. Is very much dead. And to do. I can talk. I'm not a Badoo. No broken tails. On Chemitress, that's really fine. It doesn't really matter all that much on, like, this mission. Because this mission isn't all that much to get materials. It's more so to use the event missions right now at a power level. My HR, which they work very well for that. Because I have to say this. The reason I chose to finish out Lance now is because we got the mission that allows us to, you know, increase HR gain from the Doshugama fight, which is HR 21.
気にかかる点があったようです。オリビアさんのところへ向かいましょう。
Yep, I'm gonna raise my desk again. I've sat long enough. There we go. I've sat long enough. La Barena. This is the fight with Fulgur Anjanath and Tempered La Barena. If I remember correctly, that's what it is.
調査に向かうぞ。準備はできたか？よし。
Which people can't join until I get the actual mission going. So it's walk and talk time. So much more walk and talk. That is... I wish they would have just did what they did in Worlds then, if they were just going to continuously do walk and talk. Because it's like... it's just annoying. Or just do what they did in the past, which is just, oh, all that talking that needs to occur before mission? Just do it in town. Just do it in town. It's easier that way.
こんなところにまでやってくるなんてどんな個体なんだろう。ワクワクするよ。頼むから今回は一人で突っ走らないでくれよ。
They are listed on the Twitch channel, Dayton. They aren't really listed on like the description and stuff like that. I have them down below on the Twitch channel of the FAQ. But for anyone wondering, because I know that like I talk about them occasionally. Yes, I have to pull up my own list because I forget my own. It's that many. The one that affects me most daily is usually a mix of what my neurologist has basically just been calling fibromyalgia, which is also with a mix of arthritis and a chronic daily headache issue. But I kind of got the bad stick of the genetic lottery. So there's quite a few more. I believe yep, it's open now. I don't know what I just got rid of on my dashboard.
了解
I accidentally got rid of something on my Twitch dashboard. I don't know what it was. Yeah, I think the worst time anything has got me, Dayton, is when my appendix nearly killed me. I'm lucky to walk away from that one without being paralyzed partly from the waist down, because that could have got me because of fluid. Because my appendix went necrotic. I have stories. Some of them I don't mind talking about. Then there's some that just go like, yeah, that's not a stream conversation because that's just gross. And that's and one of the main things that's also partly why I'm working with currently, I might not be working with them soon, people to see if I can find employment. It's not looking all that good because these people are not all that helpful when it comes to medical needs, when it comes to medical requirements. To find a workplace that is at least willing and able to work with me. That's why if you see like a push for like Twitch affiliate or anything like that, that is why. It's because I need some form of extra income, even if it's like super tiny. Which at that point, it's just out of the generosity of all of you who watch. And it's actually really nice to see the growth of the YouTube channel going at the pace it is. I genuinely thought the Why Monster Hunter Works video was gonna shoot me in the foot, but it hasn't. It seems like it's actually going really well, numbers-wise, which is funny to me. Because it's like, wait, this many people listened to me just talk about a game? Shock. Oh, surprise. Gonna pop its back. ICBM mode engage. Leave the one on its leg. Leave the one on its leg there. Break the legs. Got it. No, I didn't. Thought I did. Done. Now it's on to Lala Breno. I'm so happy that's not picking up on the microphone. Because the washing machine is going thump, 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 thump. Honestly, I think, okay, I'm tied. Do I want to use the full Fulgur set for this run, or do I want to use or do I want to use just a standard Arkfeld set at the end of the run? I don't know. Because I really want to try the Fulgur Anjaneth set. I spent so much time farming it, I've never actually used it. But I know... Yeah, it's kind of boring given how many we see it, and it's like, it's kind of arguably one of the best sets in the game. Because you end up with Flare, you end up with Burst, you end up with all the stuff. Not Burst, Flare, and then the skill that heals you whenever you break a wound and stuff like that. So it's just like, yeah, it's arguably one of the best in the game for like, just on its own. But then you can mix it with 2 things of gore, and then it's just like, oh, it turns into something stupid. Also, I never made a video about it, but thank you everyone who got me over 200 subs on YouTube. That's a milestone that, again, I didn't think I'd meet. But like, yeah, we're there. We're already close to a quarter over. It's like, dang, shock and awe. It's been a very interesting past few days, I'm gonna be honest. Now 200K. Buddy, if I can get there, operator, I'm gonna get there. If I can have my own little empire of dirt, I'm gonna have my own little empire of dirt. Yes, that's a Johnny Cash reference. Technically, it's a 9 Inch Nails reference. But Johnny Cash did the song so good that 9 Inch Nails basically said, yeah, the song's his. Which is really funny when you think about it, because Hurt as a song was made by 9 Inch Nails, but Johnny Cash is so good. They basically, they went and said, yeah, it's basically his song now. Like somehow, just because he did so good, he superseded them. And I love that because the man was really good when it came to music. I mean, the best version of Smooth Criminal will get me murdered for saying this, but it's Alien Ant Farm. Michael Jackson made it, and sure, it's good. But dang it, Alien Ant Farm did really good. Like, whenever I think of Smooth Criminal now, I think of Alien Ant Farm. That is what I think of. And that's not to diss Michael Jackson. That's to show that Michael Jackson made a song that could be done quite literally in almost any genre, and it still works. Disturbed cover of Sound of Silence yes, it did. It does. It definitely replaces the original. Whenever I think of Sound of Silence, I always think of the Disturbed version as well. It's just so good as a cover. And it gets the name Sound of Silence perfect. To the tone and the tone, the feeling, the emotional response you get from the song. It drives it home that this song isn't just a singular moment of like a memorable response. No, the entire song is just the entire memorable moment in which that second you're living in, that few minutes, you remember not just a certain aspect of the song, you remember the entirety of it. I'm literally making a video about this topic, dang it. I don't want to add music into this conversation because I already have games a part of it, and I'm already making remarks to paintings and like the Mona Lisa and like a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, that's the next video. The SMT one, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. So it's the SMT video is like tentatively in that position of when it's done. Asterisk. I have no idea when it will be done. Bro, what does my guard do? It's perfectly timed guards. Okay. Critical draw and guard. Oh, I love how that lance looks. Okay, I gotta hunt Rathalos one more time to get the fire one because it's 10 affinity, 290 fire, 437 attack, a 2 and a 1 slot, plus critical boost 3. Yeah, I gotta need that. Mission's up. I'm I don't know if you can accept it from the Grand Hub. Okay, you can. That puppy is choosing war. He is choosing war. She is laying down on the pillow like she is a human. And she's like, this is my pillow. You can see she is smiling in her sleep. She is just laying there like I am the owner of this spot when that is my spot in my bed. Hey, Leah. How you doing? If it was the yellow, I wouldn't care, because I raised her since she was a puppy. She is effectively my daughter. She is effectively my child. That one isn't. That golden is technically my mother's. I'm doing good. Feeling better. Still feel like crud because the antibiotics, but that's going to be like that for like a good while. Yeah, it's not just the eardrops, it's an antibiotic. It was a deep inner ear infection. So it turned into me needing both the steroid eardrops and the antibiotic. Which turns out the antibiotic was needed because I might have also had a sinus infection because of it. Because as soon as I started taking the stuff, my sinuses just instantly cleared out. And it's like, oh, huh. I was super sick, apparently. To be fair, this is the first time I've got seriously sick in like the year, which is really good for me. So it's like, hey, upside. Always an upside. All I can do is praise God, but hey, first time in like a year that I've got seriously sick after I had my immune system jump-started, which is really nice. I blocked your roar. I blocked your sound waves. You... I was... What's the evil faction from Transformers? Because one of them is named Soundwave. Wait, no, wait, is Soundwave the good one or the bad one? I don't know. I don't know Transformers. I think my friend would hate, I think my friend would be eyeballing me death glares for not knowing this. I know there's the Autobots. I don't remember what the evil faction is called. Which is funny, because my friend and I were just having a conversation about how deep the lore and story of Power Rangers goes. Yes, I had to ask him. Have fun, get some food. But yeah, no, I had to ask him, like, how deep does this story go? And I'm like, because there's one character, just one character who's not even like a main villain. Decepticons, thank you. Like one villain of just Power Rangers and Super Sentai just quite literally spans like 4 to 5 seasons. He's not even a villain. He's not even like a main villain. He's like a mook. He's the villain, like, underling. I had to ask him that. He's like, dang. I know nothing about these franchises, and here you are sitting there knowing all of this. Soundwave is the bad guy. Friends are friends of Shockwave. Okay. Okay, I was somewhat correct. I just couldn't remember the evil people's names. I just couldn't remember names. It got stunned. Also, be safe hunting the Zenith. Don't flip a table. Yeah, I was correct on the wave part. Just couldn't remember, was it Soundwave or Shockwave? Was it the good guy or the bad guys? Decepticons or Autobots? I couldn't remember. Suddenly, I'm from Brooklyn. I'm not prone to table flips. Too much property damage. I can't afford to be destructive when I get angry. True. Too much property damage. Only 23 more to go. No, 27 more to go. 27 more ranks to go. It's for rich people, man. I mean, yeah. That, or you're a blacksmith and then you get really angry and then, like, you have... Second. You have these, and you can just make things when you're angry. Did all of you think I was joking? I'm not. I actually am. I actually am one. I just haven't been able to go into the forge lately. Because because we have a bunch of stuff in there. Fun habit if you get really annoyed at things and just want to make things out of destruction. It's an amazing hobby. Also, this is a flatter. It's used for flattening things. Destroy? Nah, creator. Yes. This summer, I should hopefully be able to actually get back in the forge and make stuff, which at that point, it'll be live streamed and have fun. I will be forging in a garage. I'll have to adjust the color view of my camera for a minute. And you'll be seeing that the blacksmith's best friend is not pants, it's a canvas kilt. It gets really hot next to a forge. Yes, I do. I liked the joke. We should actually hopefully be getting the garage cleaned out soon. I just gotta then get the new workbench set up. Because the new workbench is gonna be a little more stable than the one I have now. The one I have now technically has a rotten leg. Because water damage! It's made of 2 sawhorses. 2 wooden sawhorses. It worked for the time. It does not work now. We both missed. Good job. You got one leg, I got the other. Pop its back legs. And there we go. Trying to keep it here. Nope, it's ran. It's running. Dinner is soon, so I can't get a snack. Sad. Everyone deserves snacks. Okay. I gotta sharpen. Yeah, you could say so. You could say so that the lance and gun lance are just very much the extreme style lances from Frontier. Also, hello, Maya. Another game like Frontier as in an MMO or in like combat design and aesthetic design as an art direction? Because if it's art direction, never gonna happen. If it's combat design, potentially. When I love the art direction that like Frontier, even 4U takes. But yeah, no, in difficulty, I can get why people are let down. They're going for the mentality of base game is low rank, high rank to get people into the game, and then master rank is going to be the big expansion to where the veteran players or the long time players can have their extreme jump in difficulty type of thing. Which, for a game to grow, makes sense. But also, logistically, it kind of it limits what they can do. It's why I can say that Wilds as a game was released unfinished. Yes, you had the story from low rank to high rank, but all the content from the title updates realistically should have been in the game. Things like Mizutsune, things like the upcoming Lagiacris. With like that type of idea of slow rolling content for the sake of live service is partly also to blame of why you don't have such difficult content in my mind. Also, about hunting giant monsters as a tiny human with a sword realistic and just make more monsters like Zeniths. You have to roll people into Zeniths because even from what I've seen, without even fighting them, you're not just tossing someone into a Zenith fight. You need to slow roll them into the mechanics and everything like that before you just throw them into a Zenith fight. Even I'm just like, I don't want to fight these things yet. But I know I'm going to have to eventually. Because I think Zeniths appear after HR6. So it's like, it's good to go from things like, oh, you're hunting a Velociprey to a Velocidrome, to things like Yonkutku, to bigger things like Gypsaros, I can say these words, to the Wraths, to even things like Diablos or the things like Gravios. Eventually reaching bigger and bigger prey, to eventually fighting things like Fatalis, Alatreon, Dire Moralis, into even bigger things now reaching into the Zenith monsters. There really needs to be a dynamic of a lead up to it. And I think if they just did straight into Zeniths, then it would just go from Monster Hunter to Monster Fighter. And even I would make that comment. Because one of the aspects of Monster Hunter is gradually the actual aspect of gathering, having to go through and explore the world type of thing. Which I enjoy, at least myself. I understand the boredom with Arc Tempereds, but I also understand it's easier to design them because it's adding new moves and changing animations, basic animations to the move by adding things like a secondary effect to an attack with like Arc Tempered Ray Dao having tracking lightning on basically every attack he has. It's a give and take at this point, as I put it. It really seems like at this point within Monster Hunter, what they're trying to do is they're like, okay, how do we balance the people who just want to have fun, explore the world, see every possible thing they can, and then those who just want to fight the monsters? And it's really hard to do 50-50 of both. They either leaning 60-40, it usually leads to them going 60-40 on one side, and then having to then overcorrecting to the other, then overcorrecting to the other every update potentially. Or you end up with how World did it, which is they just did 60-40 with, oh yeah, our focus is the monsters. The focus is making fighting monsters the most fun of it. Whereas, like, example, like, yeah, the devs are trying to make a game for everyone and pleasing no one. That's bingo. They're trying to please everyone, but it ended up pleasing no one. Please define what you mean by optimal, Maya. Because optimal can mean many things. And Operator, the comment of they're trying to please everyone, in turn pleasing no one, is partly why I like having Expedition 33 as an example, because that game said, you know what? We're just gonna make a game. It's gonna have an art direction. It's gonna have a direction we want it to go. If it doesn't please everyone, so be it. And it worked really well. It proved that being creative and choosing the creative path over the trying to appease everyone works still. And that path of wanting maximum creativity above all else is why I tend to play older games. I'm not a person who likes games that stick to the same pattern or stick to the same trend without changing something. Like, at least with Monster Hunter, they try to change things up every iteration. Whereas, like, this is the perfect example. Like Call of Duty, they don't change anything. It's just the same game over and over and over again. And that's gradually how I eventually got with, like, the Dark Souls series, was I played so much of it, and I focused on the world, the combat, the dialogue, the character designs, the enemy designs, that eventually I started to see that they stuck to a trend, they stuck to a pattern, and they have yet to break that trend or pattern. Hopefully they can do that with their next game that isn't Night Rain, because I know their next game is supposedly inspired by Tarkov, which is interesting. Like in Frontier, you don't have to go and fight Howling Tenogre, but doesn't give you anything other than transmogs. That's a way they can do it, and that is one of them. I'm not going to say it's the only way, but there's a few ways I think they could do it. Can I think of them on the spot right now? No. You want a hard fight. True. My issue with Monster Hunter devs is that they had a ride or die audience. Now they're throwing those people under the bus to get more sales with Worlds and Wilds. Bingo. At the core, Monster Hunter works. It's the constant shifting to appease everyone that isn't working. And that appeasement of everyone is leading to bigger sales numbers. But there's give and take. You can't appease everyone, because if you try to appease everyone, you appease no one. That not wanting to appease everyone is why I'm... That entire position of not wanting to... You can't appease everyone, so do not make your game trying to appeal to every person in existence, is why I'm really dreading the new Okami. I am dreading it, man. Because the Okami was a visual story and just writing experience as a game, as a piece of media, as almost like art, as what I would call it as artwork, because games are artwork. Games are artwork in my mind. They are constantly as I put it, they are constantly being painted paintings that are always moving. And Okami was such a beautiful example of how it can be done. I am dreading what they're going to do to the sequel, man. Especially because you had characters in the original like Sakuya, which, again, literally had a peach opening around her butt. I'm dreading what they're going to do. Because I really love that. I love that entire series. From a artistic standpoint. I've been having to think about this entire idea and concept of games are of having to take everything in that moment and not taking things fast and stuff like that, so you can live through every possible moment that is unique and special to something or someone lately, because that's actually what the next video is about. I'm using video games as an example, but the same concept applies. It's the reason why I go through games, unless specified, extremely slow. Like, I promise you, once I start Expedition Obscura, Claire Obscura Expedition 33, I'm gonna be there for a while. I'm gonna be there for a while, and a good bit of it's just gonna be me looking around the map of like, this is beautiful, I want to explore it. And I normally am not one for super bosses, but if Expedition 33 has them, I'm gonna do them. I'm gonna do them. Okay. Bust its leg and head. Okay. Dang it. Couldn't spike it through. And stab. Oh no, I've been bitten. I've fallen and I can't get back up. Okay. Power Clash. I gotta sharpen. Do. Take all. 25. Ah. Gotta sit down again. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to stand up more during stream. So right now I'm going in between standing, sitting, standing, sitting. That's Guardian Fulgur. So I need... honestly, not much. Gonna quickly adjust my items. Gonna return to, Grand Hub. Turn that off for now because I'm probably gonna be sitting for the rest of the stream. Yeah, that's there because if people want to make me suffer, like if people want to make me suffer, they can do that. It's like, oh great, I've been standing for like 45 minutes. It's like, okay, let's do it. It's just like, oh, people come in like, oh, raid happens. Oh no, I'm gonna be here for like 50. It's like, oh great, that'll be fun. Me and squats don't get along, so it's that. So it's that. It's like, okay, so make the streamer suffer for a bit. We have Fulgur. In all reality, I think I could craft the Fulgur set now. I just gotta farm it out. That is... a little questionable on... I'm gonna actually wait on my armor because I need to know... I need to figure out how I'm gonna mix it, because I know I'm gonna need stats for specific elemental resistances. But I will craft it. I'm gonna mark it on wish list and then we'll do it that way. Fulgur. Wish list. Wish list. Wish list. Yeah, quest is up.
では張り切ってお願いしますね。
Okay. What does my item pouches look like? Yeah, decent enough. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, that is exactly how you spell that.
忘れ物はありませんか？
That's exactly how you spell that. Okay, that's Narcilla. Also, depending on how much I like the Monster Hunter Stories games, means I might save up the money to pick up the third game whenever it comes out, because there's... isn't there a third game of Monster Hunter Stories coming out? That's just called Monster Hunter Stories, which is strange. Because I should hopefully at this point have the stupid electric belt, like, done and dealt with how they want to do it. So I should be able to actually start setting aside more money now than having to wait for, like, oh, random surprise. Okay, I got the scales. Get on the ground. I got hit with dragon damage. I have Dragon Blight. I'm gonna break its head. Need to break its head for the nose bone. This reminds me, I need to look up reviews for the newest Rune Factory game. Because I want to know if they kept it like, I want to know if they kept it as a proper Rune Factory game, or if they did, or if they gave it the Rune Factory Frontier treatment. Yes, I'm also like a massive fan of Rune Factory. I grew up playing Harvest Moon, and Rune Factory is amazing in my mind. I am a weirdo. I get it. My taste in games is like all over the place. You aren't Plessia. Your hip check can't send me into another dimension. Oh, hi, it's Gyps or us. Poke him in the leg. Okay, nose bone. Nose bone. Vulgar pelt. Okay. Okay, so I got the electric stuff. I got the certificates. Doo-doo. Is that... I don't know how you say that. Couscous, I don't know how you say that. Great baggy. I don't know what that is. Unless you're talking about like a specific thing on my character model, then I don't know.
でどうしたい初めて構わん
見ててよ。
間違いない
見ててよ。
よし
Oh, that's a different language. That's a different language. No, it is not a gun lance. Yeah, this is just a normal lance playthrough. Dayton, acting as the unofficial translator. Because I only speak English. That's parts breaker. That's counter. That's mighty. Ah. Great Boggy is a third gen. Okay, it's a third gen monster. Okay. Yeah, that's one thing I would not have gotten at because my history with third gen is so weird. It's like as I said, as I put in the revised comment for that video. Third gen is enough content in its own to warrant a video. Especially my history with that thing. I swear, third gen has like so much difference to it. It's almost absurd. Why is it locking the items? It's not where it's supposed to be. They're very similar together. I have heard many good things about Freedom United. I have Freedom United on my computer. I have schmucked about with it. Genuinely, if I want to play second gen, I'm gonna be honest, I'm playing the PS2 version. I don't care if the controls are jank. I'm gonna play. I'd rather play the PS2 version. Oh yeah, I wanted to put decos. That's why I was there. Like, why was I there? I was like, I was moving decos from things so I could actually like apply them to things. Critical boost puts that to critical boost 4, and then we have frost, we have KO, we have flight, and we have that. Gonna craft a talisman really quickly. That's not what I want. There it is. I want the gluttony charm. Okay, let's do the Fulgur one more time. There's a lot of things Dose doesn't. I'd say it's worth playing both. Freedom Knight actually has several monsters that are unique. I can understand having multiple unique monsters and stuff like that. It's just I'd rather play the version that has slightly better hitboxes. Even if it has less content, I'd want to play the one that's less infuriating, as I put it. And before I get the whole thing like, well, the hitboxes were that's just a time. Sorry, I understand. Hitboxes are a time. The hitboxes of Monster Hunter 1, generations 1, 2, and 3. Yes, I include 3 into this still. Is just a sign of its time. You have a lot of things. That's still when they're using giant circles and squares that aren't, like, sized to the actual attack. I swear if I could have found, a mod for the older versions of, the games, I would have used those to show the hitboxes, but there is no action replay code for that, and no one's modified the game files to be able to do that, to my knowledge. Pretty much all of those were out rendered, had to be rendered outside of the game itself. I wish I got footage of that for that video. I really do. second gen's thing wasn't the hitboxes were oversized or just made no or had like some weird nonsense. It was, how do I phrase this? It was either lingering or the throw attacks were basically instantaneous. The instantaneous, oh yeah, that hitbox, you thought you could avoid it? Nope, it's on top of you. It was basically the trade away of like not oversized things to things that just you had a hard time registering if you didn't take things astronomically slow. Even slower than I do at times. Oh, I'm pinned. I'm alive? One of these days, if I can find a mod for it or an action replay code operator, I will definitely be going through the older games with that active just so I can see them visually as the game plays out without having to look at like model renders or anything like that. Because I want to see how they play out in game and not just like third-party application model renders. I'm breaking its back. Because as much as useful as like third-party model applications for like model rendering are to see how strange a thing is, it doesn't show the full degree of how something plays out. And I think like the best example of that is Lesioth. Just having a giant square. But at the end of the day, with that video, I can say I'm pleased with it. It's not something I would delete and then put into the file cabinet of must redo. Ow. Why did he have to come here? Evade window, expert, and wind resistance. I kind of want them to add unaffected into the game, but I know they won't. I know they won't. Because having unaffected as like a deco would be absurd. Because then it would make tremor, it would make tremor, air, wind resistance, stun, all that stuff just useless. It would have to be a specific thing for like an ability, armor specific ability. I need to hunt more of it. I need to make these things extinct. Also, operator, what Zenith monster are you hunting tonight? Also, I have a general question about net points. Do the net points just accumulate the longer you're online, or do they just... Or is it the longer you're online, the more bonus is applied to a hunt? Because if it's a benefit that applies to a hunt, that's a little weird. Ah, Espinass. Ah. One of my favorite monsters, actually. Yeah, I like Espinass. Espinass, I don't know how you say it. Espinaz. I think it's Espinaz. Oh. After you reach a certain threshold, you talk to the lady. Okay. I'm assuming every hour is 100, something like that. Or is it like every hour is like 10 points type of nonsense? Ah. So it's 12 hours a week. Interesting. That is very much like, that is very much Net Cafe type thing, which fits the name. 12 hours in a Net Cafe, easy for a Japanese high schooler who doesn't have a life. Or a Japanese salaryman who just lost his job and wants to sulk away his depression. Prevents you from overspending on the COG servers, prevents you from getting too many points, and breaking the game now. Ah, makes sense. I still need to level up my hawk. I'm naming. I also want to name my bird hawk, but just like I also want to name my hawk something really funny. But it's just like a contemporary name just spelled backwards, like Yitnerb or Bob. Yes, I got that from a YouTube short. I still like feeding it. It makes it feel like I'm raising a Tamagotchi. Wow, I just dated myself. Be fair, when I saw the sign at the restaurant we were at tonight, it said, you must be born before the year 2004 to drink alcohol. I'm like, hey, it says 2004 now? I feel old. I still think one of my favorite things in like all of gaming, it sounds so stupid. One of my favorite things that was an accessory for a game was the Poke Walker. I'm not joking. Do do do. Okay, now I just need Nosebone, Fang, and a Wyvern gem. Wait, when did a new layered armor set get added? It's like, when did a new layered armor set get added? I don't know this. I am a 3 musketeer without a rapier. I just have a big pokey stick instead. Silver Chariot. That also works. Hey, Brutal Nobody. Doing good. Poke, poke, poke. Always poking. Gonna throw on jump extender, evasion, and I'll throw fungal form on. The funny thing about that, Brutal, is when it comes to Gunlance, I'm probably just gonna play. I'm gonna play Slap Lance. Hilariously enough. I'm probably not even going to use the gun for most cases. Like, I get why people like the gun, but it's like, it takes too long to load. Just hit him with a big stick. Yes, the gun thing is cool, and shelling does feel good. But hitting things with a big stick is fun. Optional folder, there we go. How you doing today, Brutal? Hopefully well. It was hard to tell if you were hitting them. Yeah, it's like that in Frontier, where with Gunlance, it's really hard to tell if you're even hitting something. Like, visually, you can see the blood spatter. But sometimes you just don't see the blood spatter. How dare you lay low? Start cutting at his ankles. Cripple it. Make it into a dino nugget. So we can deep fry it and eat it. Yeah, worm steak is a good benefit to it, I'm gonna be honest. It really is. How dare you? Again, Bulgar, you're not Plesiop. You don't have a giant square as your hitbox for that. And praise the Lord you don't have a giant square for that as your hitbox, because that'd be annoying. Are you kidding me? Bulgar? Are you kidding me? Bulgar, just die so I can turn your face into a shield. I would like to see Plesiop, but I also would like to see, like, not the giant space entwining hip check that can send you through multiple dimensions. And that's kind of Plesiop's gimmick. Because I genuinely think if they put Plesiop in Wilds, they would keep the giant rectangle or giant square of a hitbox. Of his underwater tail swipe. That is true. His hip check was fine. Tail swipe was not. Man, Try was a weird game. So was 3U. So was Portable Third. Generation 3 is just strange. Yeah, Sponsor Hunter is strange, but like the third generation decided to take that and amp it up to like 15. It does. It does have a lot. It does have a very different aesthetic to it, which is a nice difference. Downside is that aesthetic is eventually lost. That aesthetic is eventually lost in the shift when you have the gathering hub being entirely different from Try to 3 Ultimate. Because I genuinely do think the online gathering hub did add to the aesthetic design of the game. It was a very good one. Okay, I need 2 more fangs. I think that has to do more with the region we're in, because you had areas in Rise that were more tribal designed, but that was more based in... One second, I need a drink of liquid. Didn't want to cough up a lung into the microphone. But that was more based in... I want to say like the in early feudal Japan type of design, where it was not really much tribalism but more so clans, and then it eventually moved into Sunbreak, with Sunbreak's weird aesthetic design it had. I still don't get what they were going for. I really don't, but Sunbreak did have a little bit of it. That's a good way to put it. Sunbreak feels very French. Yeah, how do you get more, like, how do you get more of that than a Dracula and a Satan-themed dragon? You don't. And isn't one of that trio supposed to be based on Frankenstein as well? As far as I know, there were 3 monsters that were based on different ideas from Western culture. One of them was Frankenstein. That could be the one. I don't remember its exact name right now. It's been a good hot minute since I've played Rise. And I will already say this. I will never remember every single monster name. I already have issues remembering monster names from Frontier because there's so many of them.
素材はぎ取りを忘れなく。助かったよ。
I'm kind of hoping I get to HR 50 before midnight. Because if it's not done by midnight, then my curse technique overtime kicks in, and I start dealing like 5 times damage from just sheer skill alone. That is a joke. I don't actually plan on cheating to get extra damage. That is humor. Yeah, I could never remember every Pokemon name. The ones that I really love, like Mudkip, Torchic, Trico, and their evolutions of Blaziken, Marshtomp, and Sceptile. Yeah, I can remember them. That's about it. I know I'm gonna have to remember monster names soon because if I start playing Monster Hunter Stories, I'm gonna have to remember their names because I'm gonna have to hunt them. I gotta catch them all. No, I have to capture them all. Like, someone make a Monster Hunter rap intro theme. I think Rajang is a captureable monster in Stories. I don't know. I think it is. Dayton, we are not gonna have the conversation of the Admiral fist fighting a Rajang again. As much as it was cool, we can only talk about it so many times. Why is he in the first one, but not the second? That's strange. I want to pet Ray Dow. It's like the Pikachu of Monster Hunter. Of the Monster Hunter world. I'm pretty sure it's not the Pikachu of the worlds. I'm pretty sure it's like the Hydra. Not the Hydra. I'm pretty sure it's the electric Charizard. Mission is open, by the way. And then, like, Gormagala and Shigura Magala, Shigara, however you say it, its perfect form is basically the Arceus because it just perpetually exists. It perpetually exists. It can just do whatever it wants. To just be chaotic. Yeah, it probably is just gonna be chaotic Gormagala. In all honesty, it most likely is just gonna be chaotic Gormagala. Good job, me. Good job. I'm at. It's Super Dash. Yeah, Super Dash can be... I'm meh. I am unspoken about it. There's a lot of stuff in this game that I get why it was removed, but it's just like I can't say much to it because it's like it was broken, but it was also fun to use. Like auto loading. Auto-loading was an interesting ability. Because as soon as I saw it in, like, Frontier, it's like, oh, wait, I know what this is! I want it! But it's really bad! Frontier, and Freedom Unite, it's really good. I think that is the only playstyle I would probably go with for the PSP games at this point, is, Bowgun. You heavy bow operator, you really love heavy bowgun, don't you? Time for a short music break. It was the weapon I used to kill my first monster, a Hypnocatrice in the Freedom Unite demo. Hey, respect. Hypnocatrice. Because Hypnocatrice is the best bird. I'm getting the Wyvern gem so I can craft it. Which means one more chemistry skill. Yeah, I did another, I hid more Hypnocatrice. I put Hypnocatrice in more thumbnails because it's like, hey, guess what? Hypnocatrice, everything. I think I have them in this one as well. Capcom, give us Hypnocatrice, please. The people who paid for Frontier can't be angry anymore. We have Lavasioth now. Give us Hypnocatrice. I don't mind the reduced the reduced defense because you have more range. My entire thing has always been the ammo. Okay, the ammo variety and ammo crafting is why I love bowgun. And why I don't like bowgun in Wilds. To me, it's just boring. All the fun and idiosyncrasies of bowgun were just removed. But I'm not just a I only play bowgun person. I am very much a person that plays, well, as you can tell, I literally try to play everything. And it's why I can say out of like... And it's why I can say out of like Frontier, my favorite weapon is bowgun. My favorite weapon in like the old Monster Hunter is just bowgun at this point. The Gunner and Monster Hunter G opening cinematic was peak bowgun fantasy. Making ammo in the corner of the bar and the guy cleaning your gun before going out on hunt. Yes. Yes. I agree. I like this without the helmet. I can have a... I love how this looks. I love how this looks. Dude, I love how this looks. I love it. I look like an armored cowboy. Or in this case, armored cowgirl. I'm gonna take it. I like the old massive amounts of ammo, but gathering for them just wasn't for me. I can understand the not wanting to gather them. it was a give and trade. You gave it more time for the requirements of making ammo, stuff like that, for the excess range you obtained. It very much was a give and take scenario.
この受注承認しました。
Jumping with that too. There was always an option to just buy them. I always bought the ammo. I didn't really craft it, and that does cost Zenny, but at the end point, you always have so much of it. Love this song. I need a stack of needleberries is 297 and a stack of huskberries is 99. You can make 300 normal 2, which is overkill for progression in yes, you make the point. You make the point very well. That is just straight overkill in almost every situation. That is just straight overkill in almost every situation. I want divine protection and physique. Cindy makes gunning a super backloaded experience. It's just a bunch of crafting is all it really turns into. Yeah, Gen 4 screwed that up with the Latchberry recipe. I can see that. Gen 4, oh, they didn't add a recipe for In tuna. Okay. That explains that. Let's fight, shall we? I'm gonna pin you and turn you into a rodeo bear. Why couldn't I guard that? I know, Zitches! Okay. No! 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 Wrong button. Okay, now I know why I'm not blocking. I see the wrong button. Yeah, that's when gear gets expensive, and if you're playing Frontier, that's when gear gets to like 120,000 zenny for a single upgrade, and then that 120,000 goes like, oh yeah, let's do 240,000. With the only saving grace of Frontier being that they give you the 30k checks. Without those, oh, that game would be so much money farming. For 1 million centi a piece. You had to go to Vent Quest for my dude. 1 million zenny a piece. What were you crafting? Jeez, Zenny. Zenny is so inflated that Frontier issued a new currency. What were... Holy... What is this, Brazil? No, not Brazil. Cuba. Brazil's currency is actually pretty stable. Apparently, the zenny is the Cuban dollar, apparently. It had to be replaced. It depends on what you're crafting, Brutal. Some of the grind is really intensive. Some of the grind is really easy. They even offer things like net points, which were originally Netcafe things, but you can use them to buy items that you don't want to farm for if they're offered, type of thing, to ease the grind. So it really depends on what you're trying to farm. And then I think, isn't it once you hit... Isn't it once you hit Hunting Road, you get another merchant? I'm almost to 31. $60, that's normal. That's normal for, I'd say, requiring a large sum of monsters is honestly pretty normal for early gen. Would I say 60 is high? Yeah. But things like requiring, example, 20 iron type of thing, like, yeah, that's... I honestly would call that normal for old gen games. I don't know. Maybe I base them off each other. Maybe I base them off Lightning and Sarah from Final Fantasy 13. You won't know. I actually based this character off Sarah from Final Fantasy 13. Specifically her model from 13 and the beginning of 13-2. Common monster drops, I can see that being perfectly fine. It's when it's like, if the game would require you to have like 20 of a rare drop that has like a 1% drop rate. That's when it gets absurd. That Or you have to fight a supremacy monster to get 20 of its scales, but those scales come from a supremacy monster repel quest, and you don't have an HR6 gun because, hey, to craft an HR6 gun, you need to go fight supremacy monsters. Yes, operator, I'm still annoyed by that. I'm still annoyed by that. I just want my new fancy bow gun. The game's like, hey, go fight this repel quest for a supremacy monster 20 times. To get at minimum 20 times to get those scales. It's like, dang it. Here's hoping it drops like 2 or 3 per mission. It's getting to those items. That's the part that annoys me. Because it's like, oh, hey, I have to do this. I don't have the ability to. It one-shots me every time. Which, be fair, did come back. Like, the monsters just casually one-shotting you did come back in Generations Ultimate. So I can't say it went away forever. Generation 2 has some of the best Elder Dragons? At least design-wise, it's some of the best. Now, gameplay, it's really hit or miss, but at least from an artistic standpoint, they're really good. Are you going to add a caveat for Yamasukami? Are you, operator? Are you going to add that caveat? Good. Because Yamasukami, in my mind, is one of the best designed out of that entire lot. I've always enjoyed the design of Yamasukami. I'm sad Yamasukami has not came back as much as I think it should. But I think it should return more than it has. Especially in a game like Wild, where it's so grounded in, like, nature as a thing. Like, this game would look, having Yamasukami in it would be really neat. Seeing how it's grounded far more in the, far more in nature. Instead of just like average ecology, it's grounded so much more in the nature of this area, and I love it.
来てくれてありがとう。ここの状況について共有しておきたい。少し待って。
True, it is so tied to the tower that it'll be hard to bring it back.
それで何か問題が。
この辺りで起こ。そうだ。
先に行ってまあ
ただ気に
わかります。
頼む。他
了解した。任せてくれ。
True. New Urdra, New Urdra, and Udra, New Urdra. I can't pronounce it. NU and Juwu. Yeah, they are very much Jiwu, however you say it. They are the latest designs that are just so oddball. Those are the two monsters that I can't pronounce, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing the second one properly. Because I don't speak Chinese. Land of Uendra. I can see how you I can see how you get that. By the way, at the start of the stream, I wasn't joking when I said this is gonna be mainly me just hunting this one mission. Wasn't joking. That is because that is exactly what I am doing. Yeah, because like I know in Chinese, XU is Zhu, and then U and WU is Wu. So it's like it has to be that, or Capcom is trying to do something really weird with their spelling, and I just don't get it. Also, I just love the fact that whenever I look at the monster, all I hear in my head is Arabian Nights. And then I think of the movie Aladdin and the songs, I can show you the world. The East Asian language, when translated, the U is always pronounced U as oot or look. That is okay. That. Thank you for explaining the phonetics of that, please. The phonetics and the etymology. That's the type of stuff that I like learning and is how I come to understand words and why my English teacher hated me in high school. I'm not joking, that's why she hated me. Well, there's a lot of other reasons she hated me, but that's one of them. Pseudonym compared to English, about a third as many. A part of that is they mush sounds together the way English does. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that perspective on Japanese language. I think the fun, personally, they don't much sounds together like English. Okay. Personally, my favorite aspect about the Japanese language is the fact, when written, you can have. I use this example. You can have the word for older sister. And when said, it doesn't sound like when it doesn't sound how it's written. And when written for older sister is woman market. Why is it like that? Because the word, the second letter in the second, I think, kanji in the word for older sister that we now know as market never actually meant that in the past. So their words are so tied to their distinct history that fundamentally you don't just learn the language. You have to learn the history of the country. And when you say Luna is one of the worst glows for monsters, are you talking about Lunestra or something else? Because if it's Lunestra, I like Lunestra. I'm gonna be honest, I do. Example that is. Yeah. I'm genuinely a fan of Lunestra. I'm gonna be honest. Human being combined. I could have conversations about language in general for like for hours. I don't like World of Nester. The hit zones were a crime against game design. Okay, you are correcting, but you are correct. You are correct. Its hit zones were in fact a crime against game design. You are correct. The best way I have described English is it's 4 languages in a trench coat. It is 4 languages in a trench coat. You have Latin, German, you have Latin, Greek, German, and French that make up the English language. I have to say French because French is in there. So it's kind of like a weird amalgam that's just funny to like think about when you think of it that way.
電流脈があったところか。わかったわ。話を聞いてみよう。
じゃあ呼んでくるね。
仮想のことで変わったことがあったそうだが。
And French getting mixed together, then it became English and started adding stuff from even more languages. Bingo.
なるほど。
行こう。 こんなに大きいものが
これほどのはいまた
じゃあ
考えるどれも
ええ加えてそういうここから
分かったわ。準備ができたら声をかけてくださいね。
I believe this is Jin the Head. Malico, I think it's time you get a nice fancy getup now. I dub it Rathico. Servant class archer. It's like Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh uses a sword and he's an archer. I swear. I don't mean to make the stupid I don't mean to make the stupid Fate references. Yes, the quest to get temporal was okay, it was bad. It was bad. I'm gonna be honest, it was bad.
出発しましょうか。それとも別のクエストを確認しますか。わかります。
Sure, there were ways to trivialize Valhazak. In all honesty, Pierce ammo and heavy bowgun with counter skill. Yeah, that was one of them. Valhazak's whole gimmick was just making you sick.
あのジンダ波動以前より一層攻撃的な様子です。やはり環境との相互作用。調査対応のため討伐を要請します。了解。
Yeah, it was just run, I forget what, it was not in... What was the skill? I forget the name. Effluvia. Yes, Effluvia. Yeah, it was Effluvia resistance, and you just had it right then and there. Effluvial or effluvia, either one. Yeah, it just took 2 or 3 gem slots and you were fine. And it was at the point in the game where realistically you were fine on gem slots for most skills unless you were running a very specific weapon. Because there were some weapons that were really intensive on gem slots. And then there were ones that were extremely lax. The hard part was the first HR kill when you couldn't really have that because of story gating Ipingo. Once you had it, it was really easy to avoid. That was the cheapest death ever. That was just cheap. That was a cheap shot. Should have blocked, but Divine Blessing saved me. No. Not allowed. Go scream at someone else. I'm not the manager. Because when life gives you lemons, make life take those lemons back. Demand to speak to life's manager. Do you know who I am? I'm Cave Johnson. I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my engineers to make combustible lemons. Yes, I just did the quote. I gotta sharpen. I gotta mark that. Yeah, excessive stun in hindsight was kind of World's main issue. True, they did increase mobility. So it kind of was an offset. But in some cases, it did go a little too far. It did go a little too far. I can see it in some cases, it did go a little too far, where in some cases it was just right. Again, I can see it from both sides. Yeah, there is that. It's hard to kill them when they're chugging an ancient potion and running. Another lesson, you should be using the bowgun. Bingo. Bowgun supremacy. Hey, D-Rex. Doing good. How are you doing? Jindahad, it's time for you to become Jindadad. That's good. I'm probably gonna be here for like another 2 hours. Because I'm not done. Because I'm not done until this run is finished. Which means Oshia dies. Hey, it's just how it goes. Plus I'm trying to get to the metrics for affiliate on Twitch. So the longer I stream, the better the odds. Because all I'm missing on that end is the concurrent viewer step. So apparently people are you two having the eternal debate of what is better, bowgun or bow? Against Kushala. Because if so, I'll get my popcorn. Also, doesn't Thousand Dragons pierce? Because I would think if you're using bow, you'd use a mix of normal shots, Dragon Piercer when he's veiled, and Thousand Dragons when he's veiled, because I believe Thousand Dragons with piercing ammo has piercing effect. Well, piercing in your pocket. So at that point, realistically, you're just trying to stock up on all three of those and make it done. Plus with Dragon Piercer, it's just a localized shotgun. Not Dragon Piercer, Thousand Dragons is just a localized shotgun. That guessing world is harder to pull off. Because for some reason, they made it behind a combo and not, oh, it's just a simple combo button press. For the longest while, I was a bowman. That's when, that was before I started playing the game with a controller. And then, I couldn't go back. And I really can't play the game with mouse and keyboard anymore. I had to take my glasses off. My ears were starting to hurt because of wearing my glasses with my headphones on. True. Your Buster Blade could take him down. That was one of the better, one of the better variants of the greatsword you could craft. Be safe, T-Rex. Have a good night. And God bless.
よかった。ええ、これからわからない。はい。私たちはあ。
Okay, I am at 33. Back to go fighting the bear. That, or if I can find a great hunt, which I don't think I can. Yeah, bow in my mind is a weapon I enjoyed. But once I started playing with a controller, I'm bad with it. I'm just bad with it. I inevitably swapped once I got used to playing with a controller. I inevitably went to using bowguns, heavy bowgun and light bowgun. Preferably, I liked heavy bowgun, but gradually I realized light bowgun had some more advantages at the time. And at least in World, rapid fire really wasn't a genuinely good thing in that game. Especially for my playstyle where I like using rapid fire normal spam because I'm a fan of normal ammo. And in this game, sure, you can have that, but I don't like bowguns. I despise the bowguns in this game. Personally, I wish they would bring like a variation of the customization for bowguns found in World with the stat mechanics tied to armor and how ammo and the bowgun itself worked previous to World. Because then you would have the best of both aspects. I don't think that'll ever happen. Because I'm at the point where I'm actually a firm believer and I really think armor stats should be a thing again. Where like armor skill stats should be a thing. And not just like, oh, you get one pip of an ability type of thing. Like, no, bring us actual stats to skills. Because going through and playing like playing through Frontier, I realized like that's such a good system. Try did a lot of things, man. Some of them were good, some of them were bad. I would put the bowguns in with good. Yeah, like, this is the thing about it. Like, just try alone is the reason, operator, why when I made that video, I completely skipped over 3rd gen and just said, come 4th generation, these changes have occurred. Because try changed so much. And then you had portable 3rd, and then you had 3 ultimate. Wait, no, you had 3 ultimate and then portable 3rd, I think. Basically, everything just went absurdly different in every direction humanly possible that I would have to take like I have to take like 20 minutes just to talk about it. That's how much that game changed. It truly did reinvent the franchise. And then World did it again, and to a much bigger degree. You are correct on that one. It's now living rent-free in Hunter's brains. All because of Eschaton Judgment. A terrible move. I cannot stand Eschaton Judgment. Eschaton Judgment and Behemoth are proof that the MMO style like party wipe mechanics should not be in this game. Oh no, they're not broken. It's that the party wipe mechanic that Eschaton Judgment is, and to a latter degree, the party wipe mechanic that Behemoth had, are objectively crazy. Because you can't avoid them unless you do specific damage values. And in the case of Alatrion, it's elemental damage. And in the case of Behemoth, Behemoth casts Comet. Those rocks fall. Behemoth can break those rocks, which means you die. And in the last area of the Behemoth fight, he's going to undoubtedly break at least 1 rock. You only get 2 of them. So in the final area, out of those 2, out of the, I think it's the amount, you get rocks equal to the amount of party members. He can easily destroy all of those comets that fall on the ground and just wipe your party. And if you have 3 people fall, it's a fail. It's why Behemoth, in my mind, is an absolute failure of a monster. I'm guessing it didn't go well, even though technically you can, because that's
ここも異常気象が続いているか。どうやらマキさんが私たちを探していたそうです。
yeah, no, like
わかった。
Alatrion is very is a fun boss. It's just the party wipe mechanic is very not Monster Hunter, as I'll put it. It's something you'd find on like Final Fantasy XIV or like World of Warcraft. It's not something you'd find implemented in a Monster Hunter game.
来てくれたんだね。ありがとう。あのさ、ちょっと聞いてほしいんだ。黒い本。
Yeah, Brutal. If you're asking kinda on that you can solo us, you can solo Safi? Yeah, you can. You 6-hour can. I mean, true, you can in 6 hours. It's just that it's not fun because Safi is oh so painful to do. Safi alone is not the funnest fight. And it has to do with the fact that its health technically is scaled to the player, to the amount of players, along with the fact that it still has the energy mechanic tied to it. Yeah. That's also what it can do. Which is sad because Safi weapons in World are considered the best. In most cases. If you want to do like damage-wise, they are considered some of the best. You think you're gonna burn me alive? Yes, the squid. Just do what I do, block. Oh wait, you're wielding a greatsword, you can't. You're wielding a longsword, you can't. I need to move. Okay. I am not... Apologies that I'm not focusing on chat right now. It's called I don't want to wipe on this fight. Yep, I got one shot. I got crushed. Oh, regard is cool. You can shield bash. That would make them flinch. Yes, that is a neat addition. The actual bashing with your shield when you guard, I like. It actually makes it feel like you're properly guarding. At least with the weapons that can. Because some of the weapons, when they guard, make absolutely no sense. Gonna be blunt. The greatsword guard, you'd get crushed. You would just be crushed. Same with, like, the sword and shield. You would just be crushed underneath a giant monster. Where at the lance, it's actually designed well enough to where, realistically, if you tried to block a monster, you would be able to push it to the side. And then punch it in the face with the shield. For the greatsword, okay, for the greatsword to make sense as a guard, it really should be a side position of a guard, not directly in front of you. This is just coming from someone who works with swords and someone who knows weapons. When you're fighting something bigger than you and you have to guard, your guard is not directly in front of you. It's to the side so that you can push, so you can side glance them off of you in the guard itself. So that usually gets followed up with something like, example, to use like a montante, for example. You would do a side, you would do a guard position, pushing them to the side, bringing the blade down, usually onto your opponent, trying to most likely take their arm. Or go for their body. And I have to say, like, a montante, for example, is because one of the greatswords is very much akin to a montante. The same could apply to like a Nagamaki, where the standard greatsword you start with could be called Nagamaki-ish. It depends on your purview of the weapon. I swear one of these days I'll do a blacksmithing stream. I will. I know they said they'll do something about the whole you're pretty much only incentivized to use the Archin weapons. but I don't know if they'll address it immediately or if it's gonna be tied into like the DLC. So I know in the next title update it's going to be layered weapons. I don't know if they're gonna change how like weapons are done with decos, damage, stuff like that. They the Apex, yes, the Apexes do have different quest themes when you do that. I noticed that immediately when I first played through this game. Why they're not in the tent, I don't know. I have to go at 1 a.m. About 1 a.m. for a vacation. Oh my, it is, dude, you should have just left when you needed to. You should have just left when you needed to. Dayton, be safe. God bless. Get some sleep, man. Gonna swap to the Guardian de Shugama. Yeah, I've more or less made the executive decision with these runs that I'm just really never gonna use the I don't really feel like using the Artian weapons. Dude, if you need sleep and you have things to do, you need sleep and you have things to do. Not many people are like me and a hyper insomniac. Just due to the fact that they're constantly in pain. And can sit here till this run is done. You ain't the streamer. I am. Get some sleep, Dayton. God bless, be safe, man. Okay. Let's go fight a Leviathan. I don't like these monsters. I don't like these things. The wood-woods, I don't like them. Because you have to ask yourself a question. How much wood could a wood if a wood?
森
うずつな異常なるそんな中
森
気持ち我々ええ私たちは仲間そしてよし
森場のざわざわこの感じ森の主近い
異常気象の影響を受け続けている
Yes, I intentionally made a stupid tongue twister.
あいつ強い仲間彼使え
Hands me charred lizard. Oh, it's honey this time. I love it when they hand you charred lizard. It's just like, use this! Charred lizard of superpowers!
はい緊急対応としてギルドはうずつなの狩猟を要請します
Yep, I intentionally poisoned it. Offensive guard. Stand poison, please. There we go. And le bonk, or le stab. Ow! Get down here. Let me poke you in the shin, in the armpit, shoulder, whatever you have. Oh, I fainted.
大丈夫ですか必要なものがあれば補充していってくださいね
I got bonked. I got le bonk. I swear, ever since playing Octopath, whenever Throne would appear on the map, she'd say le bonk. I was like... And it's like my brain just goes, I am now stuck saying Le Bonk every time I hear it. I don't know. Probably more water. Probably a bunch more water. Not like Namael level of water, but a good bit. Ow. Ow. I've made it. Got it to sleep. I can sharpen. Yeah, I'm not focusing on chat right now because I don't want to fail this mission. Okay, what is it doing? Okay. Punch in the chin, stab it. Nope. Nope. Get out of here by running around the wall. Take a max potion. Okay. Hungry. That's good. it being hungry is beneficial for me. That means it's sluggish. Power Clash active. Punch in the face. Okay, it's running away. Ah, my sinuses. Okay, but yeah. Brutal. Sorry about that. Did not mean to make that noise on the microphone. Brutal. What I think the odds on what they're gonna do for this Arc Tempered, most likely, is give it the same treatment Ray Dow got. Which Ray Dow got lightning that seeked onto you. In this case, I think it's just going to get bigger variety. I think it's going to get bigger variety in its type of attacks it can use with water. Okay. That moment you really needed to sneeze.
仲間腹減ってる絶対減ってる
Okay. No. Just go down already. Thank you, Cat, for giving me coalescence. You know what sounds really good right now, even though it's getting to like 1 in the morning? A hamburger. Apex Plessia. That's what we need. We need in the DLC an Apex Plessia. And then we need to make it so that no matter what, if you get hit by its hip check, it automatically kills you. So it's a guaranteed one-shot. When did they say that we're getting a? When did they say that we're getting another monster besides Lagaya, Chris? Or are you going off data mines? What's the zenith part of Plesioth?
ええでも皆さんの協力のおかげもあると思いますよ
仲間だから協力当たり前仲間に感謝一緒に来い
Okay, it's data mines. For Steve. For Sergios. Sergios, or however you say it. It's data mines. Ah. His face. But isn't his entire gimmick just hitting you really hard with his side? Why is his head really big?
Mono mono.
いえそれに
モリバー
でも
ですそれよ。
分かったその後
が
Okay, I will return. I'm going to let these two OUT. I'm going to let them OUT and I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. The inversion gets a little more focus on his water beams and sleep. Hip checks next. Bought it yet. Team quest. It's long live the lance. I have a question. I'm new to Monster Hunter. Started Wilds. A question. How do I kill Zoshia? In what way? Hit it till it dies. Don't get hit. Fight or find. And longsword you can LR you can stab in his legs. Okay, I am back. Caught up on chat. Yeah, Hugo, the best thing if you're using lance, just block poke and just keep doing that over and over again. If you're using anything that doesn't block, just target the back legs. And yes, it took a second, but I wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure the puppy got a little bit of her zoomies out.
やはりここでも異常気象が続いているんでしょうか。
Wanted to make sure the puppy got some of her zoomies out because she goes zoom, 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 zoom.
この辺りの調査に出発しましょうか。それとも別のクエストを確認しますか。
Huh? Fun fact, hit it till it dies, don't get hit was advice given by the then Capcom community manager. By the Yuri to a struggling new player on the Capcom Unity forums.
わかりました。調査を開始。
That's so badly funny. I love it. It's so bad, but it's also really funny. Like, as the community manager, it's like, okay, like, ask him, like, okay, what are you having difficulties with? Like, what do you find hard? No, just hit it till it dies. Don't get hit. I love that, man. That is amazing.
の様子を見に行こ
Man or woman, I don't care. That's amazing. He wasn't wrong, but it's also that moment of, you're a community manager. Like, you should probably ask, like, what are you having difficulty with? Like, what? Like, try to help the guy improve. No, just go full blown. Hit it till it dies. Don't get hit.
皆さん。
ええ、さっき見た
あ
土砂熊が
安心して。
よかった。
あ我々も
この点
さすが
ええ。それで何かが起こる。
いい半つまり。あ、
助かる
僕たちは。
If you're using Lance, block stab, block stab.
ザトウさんが言っていた高台は向こうです。
If you're using a weapon that can't block, stick to the back weapons. Stick to the back legs. With lances, playing too safe isn't a thing. There is a benefit in playing safe. Like, right now, I have a fully aggressive kit for my armor, using the full Garanjanath set. It's fully made for offense, yet I still actively play defense.
過剰な活性化個体と認め、狩猟を要請します。皆さんを集落に返しましょう。
And it's for the main reason that
了解。
defense is still objectively sometimes your best offense. That too. Use guard skills to your advantage. How about no? Just gonna block your lightning every time. Okay. Just block. Punch through so I can avoid the attack. Get him in the face. Gotta heal. I'm gonna knock him on the ground if I can. Got it. Hit his foot. Knock him down. Keep poking and prodding. Hit him in the face. Yeah, right now, I've learned your attacks. I have farmed you enough to where I learned your moves. You are nothing to me. You are nothing but a child. A feeble child. Who is to be cut down and used for fodder. To make my garden look beautiful. And then I think I can use Great Hunts after this to increase my HR rapidly. Oh dear lord, I've been going for over 5 hours now. This might turn into one of those random streams. It's like 7 hours long. If it is, I'm not sorry. More content for all of you. All of you get to see me do stupid stuff for like 7 hours long. That's perfect. Got it. Break that. I have decided after stream I am going to reward myself with a hamburger. with a good cheeseburger. No, reality, it's probably not gonna be like a cheeseburger. It's probably gonna be like a cheddar and steak, or a cheddar and beef. So I'm gonna take like 2 cheeseburger patties, crush like 2 burger patties, mix them with cheese in like a non-stick pan, so I can turn it into like a decent sandwich. Which at that point it would be beef and cheddar technically is the name. Which beef and cheddars are good. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. They're good. I can't do bacon, Brutal. I really can't do bacon unless it's beef bacon. And we are currently out of beef bacon. Beef bacon is kind of hard to find in grocery stores, I'm going to be honest. Yes, beef bacon is just bacon made with beef. It is far more agreeable to my stomach, and pork and just in general my family do not get along. That was a perfect stop right there. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like my local stores have none. It's just that moment of like I have to most likely go to like an Amish dealer, an Amish grocery store deal, an Amish run grocery store to get beef bacon, especially the cut that I want. Turned into bacon. That or I just make it myself. Which isn't hard, it's just time consuming. And if I did make it myself, realistically, it'd be bacon made specifically from the flat iron, because the flat iron isn't that good of a steak unless you cook it rare. And in that case, it's like, okay, just use the flat iron and basically turn it into bacon, because that'll actually tenderize it more, where it can be cooked a little bit past rare and be used as a bacon replacement, a standard bacon replacement. It depends on if I'm cooking for myself or I'm cooking for my family. Because my mother is diabetic, and I do live with my family. For, like, obvious reasons. Like, literally, it came up during stream, like, hey, what are my medical issues? If I'm cooking for myself, I will use pineapple or Asian... if I can get my hands on it, I will try to use pineapple or Asian pear. But because that's my preferred method. But if need be, I will just use a standard. I'll put it in a not sealed Ziploc bag. That's the important part. And hit it with a cast iron. Hit it like a few times with the cast iron, solves the issue. If it's for my mother, if I'm cooking for my mother and I, it is always going to be the option that is just manual tenderizing and not anything involving like fruit juices because she's diabetic. The sugars can seep into the meat.
厳しい天候が続きますが、これもしばらくの辛抱ですね。
The issue isn't like the, I think it's the bromelain. The issue isn't like the component of the fruit that is capable of tenderizing it, because that can be wiped off. It's the fact that the sugars from the fruit can seep into the meat, creating a situation where the sugar is now inside the protein. And if the protein has too much sugar in it, that's a bad thing. It's part of the reason why when you do tenderize with things like pineapple or Asian pear, the meat tends to be a little bit sweeter. In which, for most people, that's fine. But in the case of like someone who's like diabetic, it's actually a very bad thing. In which, in the case, if I want to do like a liquid, which if I want to do a non-physical tenderizer, I'm either using the, I'm going to do the Chinese method for it, which is a mix of baking soda and water and a little bit of sauce. You can use soy sauce, you can use oyster sauce, you can use whatever one you want. But the mixture of water, the mixture of a little bit of water, lukewarm, with your preferred method of oyster sauce, vinegar. Vinegar works too. Just you don't leave it in there too long. And baking soda, you end up with something that's very tender. Vinegars are good, but if you leave them in there too long, the thing actually can become a brick. Because instead of tenderizing, what it does is it now actually it goes from tenderizing to firming the structure of the proteins, which is the opposite of what you want.
これで村にモンスターに近づかないようになればいいですね。
And that's due to the fact that the vinegar destroys, I forget what it is, but it destroys one thing that is the actual thing that's supposed to, that it goes from the thing that it needs to break down, which is the connective tissue, to make it tender. But after it breaks down enough of the connective tissue, the vinegar seeps into everything else, and then it just turns into a brick. I have seen Guga's. I have seen stuff from Guga. I personally, I can't watch too much of his stuff because I just get annoyed. Because, and this is specific, the man cooks all of this fancy looking food, all this nice food. And then you have the people who are there who are supposed to taste test it, only to like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna remove all like the greens and stuff like that's like, that's part of the dish, man. It's part of the dish. It's like, if it's one of those things, like if you're gonna be like, if you're gonna make like YouTube videos about cooking, it sounds bad, don't have picky eaters, man. Don't have picky eaters be the one doing the taste testing. And now we're on to Gormagala.
鳥の体各地それ加えこれらす
エネル
私のぞそのやつ
承知僕は
よし出発
I'm gonna run this way really quickly. Grab this. Gorin 4U was at least the size where it didn't take up your entire screen. Gonna be honest, at least in 4U, it didn't take up the entire screen. Two lances versus a Gormagala. Who wins? It's obviously me. I don't need luring pods. I just need to not die. Yes, please fight each other. Solve my issue for me. Okay, offensive guard active. Hello, Postal. Hit it in the foot. Drink a potion. I'm not dead. Ow! Meow! Got it. Come on. Yes, Fabius Bile is such a joyful thing to be around in this fight. Now only if he had his 8 other hands. Okay. You have finally made your blood scale sword. Cool. Okay, got the mount. I'm gonna just drop it. I'm marked with frenzy. I need to clear it now. Blind, so I can't flash bomb it. I have to go repair my thing. I have to go sharpen. What do you mean by that, Brutal? Okay, I'm alive. The Little Miss Forge thing is unconfirmed. But like Ace Hunters and the Morph weapons, yes. I'm pretty sure like the Little Miss Forge thing is just like a nod and a hint to like character design of past entries, in all honesty. Thor, stop screaming at me. This is not about Man Bear Pig. I do not have Man Bear Pig with me. It's very much a thematic. It's very much a hey, remember this type of thing? It's one of those things that I don't think they will ever confirm or deny, but it's that moment of, oh hey, it's just, oh, it's a recall. It's a design recall to an older entry. Do I think that's a neat fan theory? Yes. Do I want it to be true? Not really. And why wouldn't I want it to be true? It's very simple. Timelines. Because then they have to explain some timelines. And they are already and they are not going to want to do that because World happened. I don't think, realistically, second. I'm trying not to die. Laura, can you come down? Laura, can you come down? I need to sharpen. I need to sharpen! That's what I wanted to avoid. I'm gonna hit with frenzy. I'm gonna get hit with frenzy. That's the thing. They confirmed the excitable A-lister. That one is easier to work with because the excitable A-lister, if I remember correctly from 4U, 4/4U, just appears and disappears on his own whims. Once you start bringing like Gemma and a bunch of other characters into the situation, you need to start doing hard definitions. And Monster Hunter, from everything I've seen, is not very good at hard definitions. Unless it's for very specific circumstances. One character is easy to fit in place. Add in 2, 3, potentially 4 or more. You now need to start thinking about, okay, how does this actually fit in place? And that's when you need to start putting everything into scale. And I'm going to say bluntly, I don't want Capcom to release a Monster Hunter timeline the same way Nintendo released the Zelda timeline, because then it just is probably going to be confusing and make no sense. Why am I rest? I need to get frenzy cleared. I'm making mistakes now. I'm getting tired and I'm making mistakes. Yeah, most of the stories are self-contained, and in all honesty, some of them could probably be happening at the same time of other ones. Which is where it also gets weird, because, like, how do you define that? This is why I don't want an actual, like, defined timeline for Monster Hunter, I'm gonna be honest. Because the stories are so self-contained that realistically some of them could be occurring at the same time of other ones. Eat a well-done steak. That self-containment of each story is kind of the reason why, like, again, Legend of Zelda worked. Because each story was contained to its own identity, and then they decided, yeah, let's just make a timeline. And that timeline got really confusing. please note, GU is the only game that I have not been able to play because I don't own a Switch. And I don't really feel like going through the whole translation shenanigans of the Japanese version that's for the 3DS. /4 Ultimate, yes. Generations, 4/4 Ultimate, and Generations I have played. Generations Ultimate, no, because I don't own a Switch and I don't want to do the translation shenanigans. Because I looked into it. My brain went no. Same with trying to do online for it. I looked into it, my brain went no. Okay. Then either humans are immortal, just like Wyverians seem theoretically immortal, because some of those characters from specifically like 3 Ultimate should be dead. Like the Village Elder is old enough, he should have died as a human. What am I at HR wise? 37. Gotta raise it by 13. Gotta raise it by 13. Yeah, it wouldn't be as bad, but it could still lead to a giant confusing mess because treating them sequentially works. Once you instill a timeline, you have to start talking events and how things go and how a certain events lead. Timelines are not just this takes place now, this takes place now, this takes place now. It's what events lead to other events. And most people don't do timelines properly. It's my main issue with like when you have sequentially treated games like sequels like Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3, or Legend of Zelda, Legend of Zelda 2, Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker. It's one of those things is like you have to go through and like talk about not just, oh, then this entry of the then this entry happened. It's what's the blank period in between? That's when you get into the world of books. And as far as I know, Monster Hunter has a few manga. I'm reading them. I've been slowly reading them. But I know that some of the manga aren't actual, like, canonically connected to the story itself. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Bingo. You named the point that I am too tired to make, operator. You named the point that I am too tired to make. Yeah, most of the manga are stuck in Japanese. You have to find fan translations. I found fan translations. The manga are pretty good. The non-manga books I have not been able to find. It's kind of like trying to find the non-manga Shin Megami Tensei that aren't Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga or New Digital Devil Saga, but are instead the books made for the games that made by Atlas. It's one of those situations where it's like, good luck finding them. You're not going to. At the same time, or sequentially, or weird, or at weird timing, or something else entirely. Bingo. Hello, Gravios. That and the mention of the new world by your Palico and people in this game means that this must take after World because you have things like Plunderblade. Because your Palico does mention the new world when it talks about getting Plunderblade. It's like, okay, so this, no matter what, has to take place after World. Wait, they said about one of the story. True, they did mention Warner inventing Wyvern Fire. They did mention Warner inventing Wyvern Fire. So that does get really weird. Because that shouldn't make sense. That doesn't, I don't want to think about that right now. My brain is too mush. My brain is made of mush right now. Is when Godlands first appeared. So that he has to be alive by the time. He has to be alive and old enough to make Wyvern Fire. By this point. Yeah, so that would put it somewhere around dose if that's how that's written. True. Wait, isn't Warner human? I thought Warner's human. He doesn't have the pointy ears. Yeah, I thought Warner's human. He doesn't have the pointy ears.
助かったよ。
Yeah, he doesn't have the pointy ears. He's human. So he has a human lifespan. So that puts every Monster Hunter game up to this point, including Worlds, in the time span of 22 years. If that is how that is to function. Or less. This is why I don't want timelines for most games now. Genuinely, this is an example of why I don't want timelines. Because Admiral is supposed to be there, like in World at least. Admiral is supposed to be there from like it's supposed to have been there for 10 at minimum 10 years. And then you have literally one of the characters, one of the main NPCs from World was literally born there and lived there long enough to become a young adult. Presumably in his 20s. But they have the gun lance. So it's like, how do they have the gun lance if... my brain is too mush right now to like hypercritically think. Yeah, they would have to have gone over before the first game. That is true. They would have had to go over the first game. Yeah, 30 years. I would say 40 at minimum. No, 40 at max. Not minimum, max. Judging off the age of the Admiral. And the way the Admiral talks about things. And I had a disconnection. Please tell me stream is still up and I didn't disconnect entirely. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that host was having connection issues because the Wrath was stuttering along the map. And they're still doing peer-to-peer connection. So 50 years. Yeah, it would be... Dialogue in game and some promo materials made it clear that they're sending a fleet every 10 years. You'd be the 5th, so yeah, it'd be 50 years. He's at minimum 50 years old. Yeah, he'd have to be... He'd have to be in his late 60s, early 70s, most likely. Which for a man of that age, willing to fist fight a Rajang, he has gall. He has gall. Yeah, no wonder the Huntsman is getting too old for this. Yeah, that explains that. I mean, if you're fighting monsters of this caliber for a living, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be more physically fit than most people in existence of our world. True. The lower gravity hypothesis is a thing. Speaking of taking care of yourself, it's nearly 2 in the morning, and I've been going for 6 hours. It looks like I'm not finishing this game tonight. I will be back Sunday, apparently, because I guess I'm finishing this game Sunday. I guess I'm finishing Monster Hunter. I guess I'm finishing Lance Sunday. So let's do a raid to absolutely no one because I can't vet channels at this point. So we're not doing a raid tonight. We're just gonna say good night, God bless, be safe, and dear Lord, this game is taking its time. Even when I want to go fast, it takes its time. See you later, everybody. See you later.